Okay. Let's do this. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today, we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today, we're going to be looking at Grant Wood and his most famous artwork by far, one of maybe the top 5 most famous paintings in human history. We're looking at American Gothic from 1930. And there's lots to talk about with this painting. There's lots to talk about with Grant Wood, the artist himself, with the people that portray the two subjects of this artwork. In fact, who do you think these are? Is this a brother and sister, a husband and wife, a father and daughter? What is the relationship between these two people in the painting you see there? Let me know in the comments, because we'll talk about that as we go here, because there's some dispute. The artist was very sure who it was being portrayed, but that hasn't stopped a lot of other people from speculating. Anyway, let's launch right into this. This is going to be a longer episode, just telling you right off the top. It won't surprise me if we get to our side-by-side comparison about 6 hours from now. I know it's long, but if we want to do a good job of this, and I don't see why we wouldn't, then it's going to take a little bit more time. So just as a little bit of a heads up, you can always jump right back to that spot, and using the timestamps in the description or along the timeline as well. And if you have and you liked how it turned out, well, and then you come right back here and pick up where you left off. So the plan is we're going to do an image transfer. We're going to get the outline onto the canvas. I'll show you exactly how to do all these steps, and we're going to stain it with some color. We're going to talk about Grant Wood and his biography. We're also going to do probably a little bit of underpainting, which we typically do on faces, just so we don't lose those details. And then background, foreground, background, foreground. In the background is a big part of this painting, so that's going to take us some time. You know, it won't surprise me if we're fiddling around in that background for a couple of hours throughout the day today. So, as I said, you know, what time is it? It's 4 o'clock. If I'm out of here by 10, I will be surprised. Now, if you're watching the video for the first time, please subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, and hey, why not like the video? And then if you decide you don't like it, you can tap it again and unlike the video, as well as leaving comments on this video in the chat if you're watching it live, or on past videos. If you liked some of the past videos, that really helps the channel when you go back and leave a comment. And I know some of you are great at doing that, and that's really helpful. It helps the channel grow. And if the channel stops growing, then that is less incentive for me to continue doing these, right? So let's move on to our first step here. We're going to do the image transfer. So I've already done an outline. So here's the original painting, and then here's the outline that I did on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. I just traced over all the lines, and you can download this for free and print it out for free on your computer at home or your computer at work or wherever it might be. Oh, just before I show you where to do that, join the Facebook group. Take a photograph of whatever you're working on today, upload it to the Facebook group, and then we can celebrate your work. And then, well, once a month, I also celebrate your work. There's almost, 800 plus people on here who are probably in the same position as you are, maybe just beginning or maybe have a little bit more experience. It's super supportive group, people who've been, that's just starting that journey just like yourself, can give you some feedback to help you grow. Anyway, there in the link below, there's a Dropbox folder, and in that Dropbox folder, you click this is what you'll see. Our most basic resources are at the very top. The next 50 or so folders are simpler paintings. I wouldn't say they're the easiest, but some of them are certainly easier. for, you know, a very basic beginner. So these are all the templates you can use for any of these here. And then as we scroll down here, these next 150 folders, some of which contain 5, 6, 8, 10 paintings in here. We scroll right down here to Grant Wood, and you'll see these 3 files. We've got the original as well as 2 versions of the outline, a JPEG and a PDF, whatever's easier for you to print out at home. So let's get this party started. Okay, this is also going to take a few minutes, although I'm not going to do every line. I never really do all of the lines. These are just, you know, if you really want to just print them out in color with crayons or pencils while we do this, hey, that would also work. And you got a free coloring book. Of course, you could support the channel with a small donation, and there's links for that also in the description below. Okay, so I just, actually I should tell you here, this is a 9x12 sized canvas board. And this I've ordered off of Amazon. I like these. I've used these for maybe 150 or so of these paintings. They come pre-wrapped in plastic, but they still have quite a lot of texture, right? So what I do is I take some acrylic gesso, white acrylic gesso, and I mix maybe 10% water in there just to thin it down a little bit, paint it over top of the whole surface, let it dry, and then I use a block of sandpaper to gently kind of sand it down. And what that does is it helps smooth out the surface, because canvas is literally a fabric, and so it's got a weave on it, and that weave can make it difficult to get a really nice smooth line. And when we're making a painting like this with a lot of detail, the smoother the surface, the better. In fact, you could even paint on plywood or like Luan, which is like the kind of material that is on, you know, like your bathroom door, perhaps, right? Very, very thin pieces of wood, and that would get you, or paper, etc., right? But if you like painting on canvas, that's your solution. So, where's my pen here? Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take some carbon transfer paper, or graphite transfer paper. This is actually graphite transfer paper, just in the carbon transfer pack, just because the stuff that I ordered again off of Amazon didn't really come in a folder of any kind. In fact, is it here somewhere? It just came in a plastic bag, so this kind of keeps things together a little bit nicer. But let's start the outlining process. So you just want to make sure that the shiny side is facing down and the dull side is facing up. You can get double-sided carbon paper. I've had that for many of these episodes, as you may have noticed. Okay, so I'm just going to use this ruler to get a few of the major lines in place. What I just did, I did every second line of this window here. Just because it's like, I wonder if I'm going to be able to even do all that detail. Right, so you can see how that looks already. It's actually maybe darker than I was expecting, so that just tells me maybe I should just lighten up a little bit with my pencil marks so that I don't have such dark lines, because those dark lines, as easy as it sometimes can be for some paintings, can make it a little bit trickier to you know, if you're painting kind of thin, then you might find it hard to cover up or conceal some of those lines, if that's something that's important to you. So probably the most time-consuming thing is just drawing some of these lines with a ruler, and once I've got that, it'll go a little bit faster. Oh, let's get the other building. Oh, let me see, let's do this. Okay. Isn't that kind of cool? There's like this is technically the negative space. Now we have these missing figures in there. Okay. Like, I'm not gonna bother trying to draw the image in her brooch around her neck here. I'll keep that, you know, if I can get that detail at all. It's just going to be maybe a very simple little silhouette. I find this just like a very fascinating painting. And as I was putting together the episode, just doing research on the history of it and the various different meanings that have been ascribed to it, I find absolutely fascinating what explanations people have managed to come up with. Explanations which the original artist himself found appalling and was just shocked that people saw the painting in that way. But, you know, I think a big part of the appeal of this artwork is the fact that it means so many different things to so many different people. And I think part of that disagreement that people might have over the painting is, you know, helps fuel the debate, which keeps it alive and of interest to people nearly 100 years after it was originally created. I don't know if I'm going to do a signature there. At least that size is a little bit too small for me to paint. So if I want to do something, I could use a Posca pen or something to get that in. And all these lines on his face. Maybe a bit of that is helpful. And glasses. We haven't done too many portraits with glasses, which is, you know, it complicates things for sure. So we'll talk about that when we get to that space, because getting them to be symmetrical is not easy. It's like feel like I'm done. And then like, oh, the pitchfork, one of the iconic parts of this painting. Arguably the most iconic part of the painting. So I wonder if this carbon paper is dark enough. Maybe I don't have to do any underpainting at all. We'll see. Okay. I think that's good enough. I see little lines missing, but I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I can figure that out later. Okay, let's just do a little organizing, puts a few things back. That's awesome. Sanju says, I am planning on doing over 45 of your beginner painters in the playlist. That sounds awesome. It's sort of like Sandra. Sandra's trying to do 100 of them. And is probably pretty close. I'm sure Sandra's got to be at 80 or something by now, 75. People in the comments. That's great. Okay, I'm gonna move on here because this is gonna be a longer one. So maybe before I switch, what I'm just gonna do is start putting paint on the palette, and then I'll talk about this paint here. Pretty sure I got more white around. Well, I know I got, yeah, just more of this brand, I guess. Do I want to cut that open? Maybe. Let's move to the next step here. Okay, now that we've got our outline on the canvas, let's stain it with a little bit of color, and that's precisely what this word means. The Imprimatura is our priming layer, or the first layer of paint, and this is something artists have been doing all the way back to the early Renaissance, where you're originally using kind of a brownish color, a rusty red earthy tone, in order to kind of give your middle value of the painting. It's really helpful if you're doing landscapes or portraits like this. And so you can use really whatever color you like. Traditionally, it again is that kind of rusty red color. I, however, am going to use a warm yellow, which is not brown, but it's on the way to brown, and it's a good substitute. It requires a little bit less mixing of paint. We can just squeeze it right out of the tube. And I've been doing that for 200 plus episodes, and the results are different, but like very, very similar. And you can watch some of the previous episodes I've done both, and you can see them side by side. Anyway, this is the brand of paint that I'm using. It's considered a student grade paint, so not your highest quality paint. You can get, for instance, a paint like this by Golden for about $20, whereas this is about $10 to $14. So this is much bigger for much less money. This is much smaller for much more money, but it also has higher quality. The quality just means there's more pigment in there. So that's your Golden paints if you want to use Golden. If you have a different brand like Liquitex, these are the colors I suggest you use. If you want to use Winsor & Newton, or Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supplies, or Buzz, or Peebo, or Holbein, or Daler-Rowney, or Fevicryl, or Novacolor, or Chromacolor, but not Museum Color, because they put too much titanium white into the paint, which makes it impossible to mix a black. And I like to be able to mix my own black rather than using it out of the tube. And here's the recipe for that. Now we're going to be doing this. We're going to be mixing our own black throughout the course of this painting, maybe even very soon here. But anyway, what you can see here, each one of those suggested palettes includes 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. We call this a split primary palette. And I'm not the first one to invent this. It's been around for hundreds of years, but it's sort of my goal to really popularize this, because I think if you're a beginner painter, boy, oh boy, this is going to make your life so much easier than somebody just telling you to go out and buy, you know, a alizarin crimson, and it's got to be that, and then you've got to go get, you know, very different, very specific pigments. It's less about the specific pigments as opposed to the color temperature. So every color is either warm or cool, and managing those color temperatures is something artists have been doing for 1,000+ years. It really helps establish your space, a foreground and a background, because when you use those colors properly, you can really create a lot of depth. Now, not every artist does that, or some do deliberately avoid doing it. But I think it certainly is a winning strategy, and we've done it many times, and I think it works. So let's look at what I've got here. So I've just squeezed some paint out here. I need to get a little bit of cool red on the palette. So here's a bit of cool red. My tube was empty. I do find I probably use the cool red the least, and I probably use white the most. I also use cool yellow, warm red, and cool blue probably the second most, because those 3 colors in combination make black, right? So, let's see. These are the paints that I scoop out of the end of a tube. This one looks like it's a little bit dry in there. Okay. So those are my paints. This here is my Azo Yellow Deep, or my warm yellow, I guess I should say. Now you could use a purple, a green, an orange, a blue, whatever color you like. But this is, I think, what I really like about the warm yellow is it just infuses everything with that kind of warm Kodachrome sunset kind of quality, vibrant warmth that I really, really like. And it's not so dissimilar from brown that I don't think it's and it all distracting. However, you could use, let's say, a pink. And if you used a pink, you would get perhaps maybe a bit more of a disconcerting quality, right? You might get a little bit of a menacing, darker feeling evoked in the viewer's subconscious of just like, well, there's something kind of evil or something about this painting. I don't know what it is, because people can't generally see or perceive, or I mean, they can perceive the Imprimatura, but maybe they're not aware of it. So they might just be like, wow, there's something really makes me uncomfortable about this work. I know it's just a painting of a dog or, you know, a landscape, but whew, something strange. And that's the power of color. Now, of course, there's some people who'd say that's all hullabaloo and color doesn't actually affect our emotions, and that's, but, you know, and then there's other people, oh no, there's scientific studies that prove it. You know, it's one of those things where there's going to be somebody who's got a contrary scientific study. So you have to kind of, you play it subjectively, see how you feel when you look at a paint, you know, experiment by doing something to the Imprimatura of a painting. Do two versions of it, so put them side by side. Ask your friends if they notice a difference, or what feelings are evoked by the two different artworks. Pascaline says, I need to learn how to mix burnt sienna. Well, why don't we just take a quick little look. Here, I'll just turn. Let me see if we can go to, if Wikipedia's got a color here. So this burnt sienna, let's see, do I have a, you know, this is I would say like a warm brown, kind of probably on the closer to maybe almost a purpley brown. Although you can see you just have your raw sienna is more of like a orangey brown, warm orangey brown. Right, so like this here, that's like your warm yellow and warm red with just a little bit of warm blue. Right, and that'll get you pretty close. That's, but I think that's closer to like a raw sienna. Oh yeah, because I looked up raw sienna. So do we have? There's no burnt sienna here. I mean, that's another thing too, is the names of colors are also, there's so much difference between, you know, you can see here's one, that's what someone considers burnt sienna. Here's what another person considers burnt sienna. So really, again, probably the main difference if you're mixing that would be how much blue, warm blue, you would add into that color, if that helps at all. Okay, so let's go to our next stage here. Let me get my tea. Okay, so today's artist that we're going to be looking at, Grant Wood, is really one of the most beloved American artists of all time. And his biography, though, is surprisingly simple. And maybe one might even say a little bit uneventful, and I think he liked it that way. Absolutely. So Grant Wood is born in 1891 and dies in 1942, the day before he turned 51. So, died at a really young age for an artist, particularly of this era. Most of the time artists really just are getting started. Often artists traditionally, well, maybe not, it's hard to generalize throughout the entirety of human history, but really for the past 300 years, a lot of artists maybe had other jobs and then made art on the side until they could, maybe even retire, and then that's when they devote themselves fully to art. And Grant Wood also taught for many, many years, and it's really not, again, also until towards the end of his life where he's able to have more stability. And he paints American Gothic, to the subject of today's painting, in 1930, so just 12 years before he passes away. Grant Wood is born in Anamosa, Iowa, and I thought I would just kind of show you here on the map. So here's the United States, there's Canada, this is where I am, right here, and you can see here's all these pins from different episodes that we've been doing, where different people, different artists are from. So here's the state of Iowa right here, in an area we call the American Midwest, or the heartland of America. We keep on zooming in. Here's Amorosa. So you see is Anamosa, not Amorosa, Anamosa. So it exists sort of, maybe let me just zoom back out a bit here. Kind of halfway between Chicago and Des Moines. Halfway, maybe there's a triangle between Minneapolis, Chicago, Des Moines. So it's kind of in the middle of a bunch, between a whole bunch of much larger cities, Kansas City, St. Louis, all kind of around that area. And what I think is interesting, as we'll find out, is that he, despite having gone to Europe a few times, he ends up settling back here in Cedar Rapids and making Iowa not only his birthplace, but where he spends the majority of his professional career. So he's born really in a very rural landscape, like kind of on a farm, again, between a bunch of different places. But back in the day, that would have been, a good day's trek to get to any of those locations. He has a sister and two brothers, and is a little bit different than the rest of his family, really. Everyone else is kind of much more into, or maybe the brothers are kind of more athletic and into sports. And Grant Wood is maybe a little bit more of a sensitive child, is more into art, drawing, and sculpture. And when he's 9 years old, his father passes away. And so he's raised by his mother and older siblings. They moved to Cedar Rapids, so they probably found living on a little farm, in the middle of the countryside, to be a little bit hard for a single mom to raise those children. So they moved to the larger town of Cedar Rapids, which I think Cedar Rapids is not the capital, but it is the Des Moines is the state capital and largest city, right? So but it has a university, and so it's a larger commercial center. While he's there, he apprentices in a machine shop, and so he starts learning how to use metal to build different things. And this is also, again, if you're growing up on a farm, you're probably thinking you're going to probably work on a farm as you grow up, right? So having some knowledge of how to work with metal, to potentially fix machinery, all that kind of stuff, would have been very, very useful, very super practical skill. It wouldn't have surprised me if something like that would have even have been a mandatory part of his education, right? Another thing that so when he finishes high school, he enrolls in the Handicraft Guild, which is a local art school in the area that is, or in Minneapolis, sorry, that is run entirely by women. And I find that is kind of an interesting, I'm sure might not have had much of a choice back in the day. But I think when we hear a bit more of his biography, that sounds almost like very prescient that that he would have gone to that type of location to learn about art, which would have been maybe more unusual for a young man to go to a school run entirely by women. I'm sure that would have been, there were schools run entirely by women to teach other women how to make art. But anyway, so he's there for a few years, and in 1913 enrolls at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, which is a really important not only school, but a museum that has some of the great artworks of all time, including today's painting. So here's the Art Institute of Chicago and American Gothic as part of their collection here. And so he's there. While he's in school, he takes classes, really a focus on silversmithery and jewelry design. So, which again are very typical kind of classes. If you want to learn anything about machinery, you either are doing sculpture or you're doing jewelry, and I'm using similar sort of tools. Maybe one is just a little bit more precise. Of course, right around this time is the outbreak of World War I. The United States doesn't join the war until a few years after much of the rest of the world is engulfed in it. And as part of his service, he's designing camouflage for troops and for boats, and which is, I think to the credit of Canada, Britain, the United States, around World War I, you have those countries really were quite advanced in putting artists to work rather than just simply throwing them into the middle of the trenches and into the war, and trying to use their skills for the greatest benefit possible. So he doesn't see any action. He stays in the United States, I believe, the entire time. And after the war, he uses part of his money to, again, taking a little bit of schooling, and then he teaches junior high school back in Cedar Rapids, where he kind of really grew up after his father passed away. Working in a school as a young man allowed him the opportunity to have his summers off, so he could go traveling, and pretty much the entire time he's a junior high school teacher, he travels to Europe and to France and to Germany and Austria, as well as a little bit to Holland, if I recall. And so he really immerses himself in these museums. I don't know if he actually studied under any particular artist and took formal classes out there, but he spends his entire time drawing and sketching and looking at the great art that was on display. And he becomes a little bit of a bohemian fellow, and dresses the part with the beret and all that kind of stuff, and finds himself really into Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. Artists like Claude Monet, famous Impressionist painter Berthe Morisot. We've looked at a whole bunch of great female Impressionist painters over the last few months, so you can check those episodes out. And Post-Impressionism, the most famous example being Vincent van Gogh, for instance, of whom we've also done many episodes. So those are and those artists would have been very popular at that time, in the early 1920s. Impressionism famously was, rejected when it began in the 1880s, but 40 years later, it's now fully entrenched as the most popular art form of the masses. Other artists have begun rejecting Impressionism, specifically like the European avant-garde, who take see Impressionism as sort of like old and passé, and so they start moving in towards abstraction. And you have really at this moment in time, you have the rise of, or kind of again maybe the winding down of Fauvism and the winding up of Cubism, two really revolutionary avant-garde movements. And Grant Wood would have seen those things, and he may even have experimented with them at some point, but he really, he kind of almost is, he appears to be sort of, ultimately rejects Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, as well as really detests abstractionism, and avant-garde art movements, because towards the very end of this time in Europe, basically, by the time he's in his mid-30s now, he really falls in love with Jan van Eyck. And Van Eyck, did I just open this somewhere? Van Eyck is considered to be, maybe in the top 5 great Renaissance painters of all time. And I would, in that group you have Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Botticelli, a lot of Italian arts. The Italians are most closely identified with the Renaissance, but Van Eyck is a Dutch painter, or before Holland itself really existed, so they would consider kind of Flemish artist. And so he's considered part of the early Northern Renaissance. And this would be probably his most famous painting, the Arnolfini portrait, which is particularly iconic for this mirror in the background here. The Ghent altarpiece, another super famous artwork. But one of the things that's I think particularly notable about Van Eyck is often these fairly severe expressions that people are relatively not either emotionless or maybe what kind of expressions would you like? They don't seem to be that happy, right? And I don't know if necessarily these were unhappy people. I think perhaps it's just the way that maybe the relationship between the artist and model and the instructions that he's giving, like, try not to smile so much, you're making it hard for me, or maybe I'm not good at painting smiles. But they're very kind of almost like stiff. Everyone's sitting up straight, which reminds me a lot of like early photography. And there is a lot of speculation, primarily by the artist David Hockney, whose excellent book, by the way, I think a must read if you're really interested in art, would be this book, The Secret Knowledge. In here, he talks specifically about Van Eyck using different kinds of devices to help create these artworks. Basically, like proto-photographic instruments that he could then trace those images onto the canvas. Now, it's still to this day kind of controversial. I think it's, I don't think there's any controversy there. I'm positive 100% that's exactly what was happening, because some of these details are just so incredibly complex that painting them by eye is impossible. Anyway, so Van Eyck becomes sort of the model, I think, for Grant Wood going forward. And when he comes back from Europe, he's the Great Depression has really sort of has begun. The stock market crash in 1929, and during that depression, the American government starts pouring money into these work programs for artists, getting them to paint murals all over and community centers and city halls, trying to keep people busy. And it's a great windfall for artists, and there's a lot of great mural painting in particular that happens in the 1930s. I don't know if Grant Wood participated in any of those projects, but he himself does a number of large kind of commissions during this time. He also starts teaching at the University of Iowa School of Art, and he's there really until the year before he dies. So throughout this entire time, Grant Wood has been teaching, whether it's at a junior high school or at the college level, and has maybe less time to devote to his work. So when he's making these artworks, they're quite precise. And let's take a look. This is a fairly large mural that he did. We'll talk about the house here in a moment. There's a self-portrait. Let me see. So this is also another famous painting, The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. And the kind of style that Grant Wood is most closely identified with is a type of art, a movement called regionalism. And regionalism is like a kind of realism that focuses on these kind of pastoral scenes of rural America. So, the countryside, these bucolic landscapes. We don't see things maybe like the Ashcan School of Art, who we've talked about many times before, because a number of the great American artists around this same time, like Edward Hopper, for instance, are living in New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, maybe San Francisco. These great big, dirty, polluted American cities. And so they're painting kind of the gritty life of living in a city where there's people you're bumping into shoulder to shoulder, and there's, everyone's got a coal stove or oven, clouds of smoke going into the sky, and everything's covered in soot, right? So that's the Ashcan School of Art, on the East Coast. And then so you have, on the opposite, you have Grant Wood here painting images of small town America, devoid of cars, machinery, pollution, any sort of class, racial conflict. Often they're also illustrating scenes from American history, like here, Paul Revere riding through town to notify the locals about the presence of the British nearby, right, during the Revolutionary War. So maybe, in fact, just want to share briefly here. Regionalism, is there some more artwork? Two of the other main artists known for this regionalist art movement is Thomas Hart Benton, who we're going to be looking at in May, I believe. Thomas Hart Benton probably not only is, I think, one of the great American artists of all time, an incredible artist. I'm so excited to look at him, but is also very famous for being the teacher and mentor to Jackson Pollock. Of all people, this guy here is the one that taught Jackson Pollock how to paint. And then here's John Stuart Curry, who's also another very famous regionalist painter. So there's this focus on figurative art, the landscape, and sort of lots of people often doing kind of heroic things, right? Which is not too dissimilar from Norman Rockwell. I don't think he would have considered himself part of the regionalist movement, but is certainly identified with many of these same sort of qualities. There's another name that is given. Another name given to the regionalist movement is the American scene painting movement, which helps kind of, which may or may not be a derisive term. This idea of illustrating scenes rather than making paintings. I remember, like, that would, in graduate school, that's like a thesis. Like, what is the difference there? I think probably a little bit of the quick summary, the difference between making a regionalist painting versus illustrating a scene is the idea of illustrating a scene sounds to me more like a theatrical event, like something that also might accompany an article in a magazine that may or may not stand well on its own without some descriptive text or caption, versus, and also is maybe expressing a kind of part of history that is maybe less glamorous or grand, right? History painting is always sort of seen as the peak of what an artist should strive for, or at least a male artist, because women weren't allowed to do that. But the history painting, that's like, that's what you're doing, you're making paintings of Napoleon or George Washington crossing the Delaware. That's what every artist should aspire to. And I'm not saying I believe that, but that's just, the past 500 years of Western European, North American tradition. So whereas this regional thing is like, well, yeah, maybe there's not such grand things happening here in the American West, but it doesn't mean people don't have lives full of meaning and drama and stories to tell, right? So there is definitely this confrontation between, the big city and the values that many people ascribe to the big city versus the life of the person living in a much smaller city, much in the center of the country, right? Okay, what else do I want to say here with Grant Wood before I move on? There is some debate. Many people have speculated that maybe Grant Wood himself was gay, and that goes back to perhaps that indication of, well, why is he studying at a school for girls, or that's at least run entirely by women when he's in his early 20s? Why not go directly to the Art Institute of Chicago? Or did that unlock something in his mind or something? Of course, that's something that he denied, that his friends denied. But we're also talking the 1920s, or even that any sort of indication that someone was homosexual back then would literally destroy their career. And especially if you're living in, a smaller area that's much more conservative. Wood was also a Freemason. He also did lots of illustrations of Freemason imagery. I showed this image here before. And certain people believe that there's many references to that art in his artwork as well. I do think maybe it's worth just sort of talking now just quickly about American Gothic before I move on here, is this painting, when it was first created, almost instantly became well known. It won a small award of $300 as part of what was it? It's like a county fair or something. So the painting was entered into a competition at the Art Institute of Chicago. It won the bronze medal and a $300 cash prize. $300 back in 1930 would have been maybe like $5,000 or something, a sizable amount, right? So it's then reproduced in newspapers in the area, and then that gets picked up across the country. And before you know it, it's already being parodied and mimicked, the composition all over the place. Like, what is one of the... There's... there's a great... Oh, I should have had it queued up. Oh, here, Gordon Parks. So this is just, well, I guess it's maybe a decade after he dies, but there's this very famous Gordon Parks, who was a African-American photographer, who literally titles it this American Gothic, Washington, D.C., about a janitor in Washington. And so kind of showing that this is maybe the alternate, like, here's Grant Wood's portrait of, white America. This is Gordon Parks' photographic portrait of, the experience of black Americans at the same sort of time, right? Have very much more limited opportunities. Yeah, so the painting itself, becomes quite notorious and infamous, famous very, very quickly, because there's kind of an iconic quality to it that really hadn't been seen in Western art maybe in 500 years, since artists like Jan van Eyck, right? That this somebody kind of with their shoulders square looking directly at the picture, that was something that was more common during the Renaissance, and then after that point became it's almost like that was seen as too as like engaging with the viewer too directly. Often there's like a period of time in portraiture where instead of people looking directly at the artist, sometimes they're just sort of looking off to the side, right? And so it's something more confrontational about facing the viewer directly here. So this is the house that is in the background of this painting, which you can actually go and visit here. So it's the American Gothic House Center, and let me just pull that up on our Google Maps as well. So this was, a house that that Grant Wood spotted as he was driving around Iowa. I think he was being driven around by a student, if I recall the story, and then they spotted this house, and he was like, "Pull over! That is cool. I think he was claimed, maybe even the person driving around watched him draw, and so they actually went up and knocked on the door and asked if they could, or if Grant Wood himself could paint this house. So now it's a museum interpretive center, and I think like every second Saturday you can actually go inside the house and see inside there. Let's just sort of go back. All of these links are in the description. There's people made all sorts of allusions as to what the plants in the background, the pitchfork, the windows. It's been, some people, I was reading, a thesis where someone believes that this is a portrait of mourning, that there's little details such as like the curtains in the windows are closed, and that would have been a particularly that was very common in this particular area of the country at the time, where if someone died in the family, and you're in mourning, you close the blinds, close the curtains. That the look that she has on her face, including the clothing, also emphasizes that. Whether that's true or not, I haven't read anything about Grant Wood saying that was the case. So just as we kind of look here, these two figures, and I was sort of asking everyone who you think the relationship is between these two people in the portrait, whether it is husband and wife, father and daughter, brother and sister, or grandfather and granddaughter, or who knows. Well, the two people in the painting on the left here, the woman is Nan, the sister of Grant Wood, and the fellow on the right with the pitchfork was Grant Wood's dentist. And so he evidently saw in them portraits or faces that, the way he described it is, these are people that would probably live in the house that he saw. So he sees that house driving around, is like, wow, that's a great house. That would be great for a painting. Now, who would live in that house? Oh, well, my sister would probably work really well. And God, my teeth hurt. I'll go to the dentist. Ah, my dentist. You would probably live in a house like that, don't you? Right? So Grant Wood also, he believed, the story that he created for himself in this painting, this is entirely, a fictional setting, is that this is a father and daughter. And that they're, that perhaps she's sort of, like the farmer's daughter, and that he's maybe this, overly protective man. But that certainly wasn't the interpretation most people had. Most people, the assumption they had was this is a father and daughter, a husband and wife, and that, she's sort of eyeing him a little bit, either in an admiringly fashion, or in maybe a bit of fear or hatred. I think one of the things with this portrait is because of the fact that it's almost like the Mona Lisa, and people have compared it to that over the decades, for sure, is there's an ambiguity as to the expressions, the relationship between these people, what the pitchfork means. Some see it as like a symbol of violence, that he's about to say, like, get off my property. Or there's potentially, like that he's about to invite some strangers into the house for dinner, and he's just come in from working in the field all day long. You can make an infinite amount of different stories, as people have here. What else do I want to say? I think I didn't bring this up. Here's another image of... you can almost see that. Who knows what the photographer said to them as they're sitting here posing next to the painting. He might have said, well, look, stop smiling and look a little bit more serious. And they're, okay. And then maybe as soon as the photograph is taken, they're laughing and giggling. But, they, at least as they're pictured here, they seem kind of, a little bit less humorless than one might like, right? So another thing, too, about this artwork, and maybe I'll just, as I... Another thing that almost as soon as this painting was made, there was a whole bunch of discussion as to, is this painting a parody? Is it mocking these people? Or is it a loving portrait of the area in which Grant Wood grew up and lived virtually the entirety of his life? Grant Wood said that this is a celebration of rural America and of working people, particularly in the Midwest. These aren't people that are, social climbers trying to get on the front page of the New York Times, or have these great ambitions to, establish some big business or whatever, change the world. That they're humble people, content with their lot in life. There were people like, for instance, the writer and historian, philanthropist Gertrude Stein, great friend of Pablo Picasso, loved this painting because she thought that it was a critique of backward small town America and conservative values, and that it was all a big laugh at their expense, which Grant Wood hated. He was just horrified that was an interpretation of that painting that he had devoted himself to for at least a couple of years. So I just want to share. I'm sharing here on the screen some of the many images that people have created of based upon the composition of American Gothic. We've got people dressed up as punks and hippies. We've got cats and dogs and fish and South Park, the cartoon. We've got people dressed up as ghouls and ghosts and superheroes and Star Wars and Elvis Presley. It's made of sand and collage. We've got a Canadian Mountie and Beavis and Butthead. I mean, it goes on and on. In fact, there was an art exhibition at the Cedar Rapids Museum of Art that collected a whole bunch of these different images and put them together on display. I think that probably the fact that this is one of the, quote, most memed artworks of all time, it shows how far it is disseminated into the American conscious, that it's, you know, some people consider it to be the quintessential American painting, that it itself, you know, symbolizes America just as much as the Stars and Stripes, the American flag, or apple pie, for instance. So, having said all of that, there is lots that we can continue talking about, but I think I want to get to painting. And there's so many comments here in the chat. Let me just see if there's Sanju, Pascaline, Christine, Sandra, Abraham, Lolly, Kathy, Apenas, greetings from Brazil, hello, Heidi, awesome, Kathy says, American Gothic Street, how would you like to live there? Yeah, so they renamed the street on which that house was located as American Gothic Street, which I think is funny. Okay, so let's move to our first step where we're really going to start painting here. Okay. So yeah, let's do a little bit of underpainting. I think that's going to help keep any potential details from getting lost here. So let's start out by mixing a black. I'm going to take my cool blue, my cool yellow, and my warm red. And I'm going to mix these fellows all up together. I try to put about, you know, the same amount of paint, 33% into this, and that should give me a fairly close to a black. Now, because this is going to be under all of the rest of the paint, it's not really so important that I mix black here. It could be a little bit more purpley or green or brown, all of which just tell us we need more of one color or another, right? So if, for instance, this turned out kind of purpley, that would tell me I've got enough blue and red and I need some yellow to counteract it. If it was green, it tells me I've got enough blue and yellow and I need more red. If it was a little bit brown or orangey, it tells me I got enough yellow and red and I need to add more blue. Because what that does, you know, it's just, we're trying to pull those colors into the center. And so wherever there's, you know, if it's a little bit of one or the other, we just need the opposite of that triad to come in and create that balance. So this is pretty good. That's fairly close to a black, close enough for me. So I'm just going to clean this brush since I won't be using that color again for a little bit. Okay, so mostly what I'm going to do here is just some outlining around the eyes, etc. And I know that this is maybe not how some people define an underpainting. Even myself over the years, I've kind of flip-flopped on the definition. But there we go. Okay. In fact, let me pull up the original here. We'll paint them side by side. I'm already feeling that this blue that I'm painting with is a bit problematic. It's a little bit dry, and therefore it's a little clumpy. So, you know, I'm just really doing this to help me so later on I don't lose where these very important details are. I'll be able to find them quickly through subsequent layers of paint. At least in the way that I like to paint. Now, certainly there's, I'm sure you've seen other people on YouTube paint in a different approach. So what the reason I'm kind of smudging with my finger there is, as I said, like this paint is a little bit thick and it's a little bit gloppy, and I see a bit of like ridges forming, and I don't want that, so I'm trying to just keep the paint as relatively flat. Okay, don't want to do the pink. Maybe just do his hand here, perhaps. Okay, I think I'm just gonna end that there. Oops. Just going to give a little bit of, tiny bit of water back into that mixture. Try to rehydrate it a bit here. So I just took a little bit of water. I know I'd say not to put water in here, but this paint is pretty sticky. And water, you know, these acrylic paints contain water. Just kind of want to avoid adding too much in there. There we go. That's sort of. The other thing, it will make the paint a little bit more transparent. I don't want to put any medium into it while it's just sitting here on the table. I like to do that when I actually need it. So this is mostly just keeping it wet until I need it again. Okay, just looking at from the side to see if I can see any big goopy areas of texture, because for instance I don't want to see a big goopy area of texture right on the tip of her nose, and then that's going to be, you know, cause me all sorts of headaches later on. So okay. So now let's go to the background and do a little bit of work in the background. There's a lot of work to do in the background. It's a really important part of the painting. Again, so much so that there's an interpretive center at the house that just features in the background of this painting. So actually, let's. We'll paint the sky first, and that sky, it's a cool blue, but there's almost these like weird discolorations. I was thinking about that earlier. Is that like a stain, or what do we have back there? Or is that intended to be like clouds of smog or something? There's this little area, it looks like something was painted out. I don't know what that is. I don't know if I'm going to paint these kind of brown splotches. That could just be a poor varnish or something over top of it. Oops, so I think I'm going to keep that simple. So let's go to our, I need more white, don't I? Let me see, do I have it? Just give me 1 second. I just need to grab myself a little bit more white. Okay, so I'm just going to use some of a different brand, a little bit higher quality, but probably also going to be a little bit thicker. Okay, so where should we do this? I'll do it right here. So let's take a bunch of this white. Actually, probably not that much. Yeah. Here's our white. I can already feel that's much thicker. Just a little bit of blue. Maybe just a tiny bit of yellow. See just tiny little differences in those ratios. And I'm also just going to put a little bit of matte medium in here. It's going to make the paint a little bit more transparent. Just a little bit more yellow. I mean, you could zoom in a bit. I mean, we're talking a very small amount of paint. And a little bit more blue. You know what? I'm reluctant to put. I was gonna put more yellow in that, but because it's a bit transparent when it goes over top of this yellow background anyway, it's going to lighten up. So rather than continue adding more color, just being mindful of what my Imprimatura is going to do to the painting. So. Okay, I'm gonna stop painting. Just let that. I'm gonna blow dry that because I'm gonna start peeling that paint off, and then I might add a little bit more blue and yellow back into that color. Okay, I want to look at that color again. don't quite have, I mean, but I do really like this color. I think I'm just going to add a little bit more blue. A little bit more yellow. Ooh, that might be a bit much. Oh, I guess that's pretty close. I think that's good. I'm afraid that's starting to get a little bit in the green side of things. So in fact, I'm going to take a bit more blue. Let's see how dry that paint is. When I take my brush in there to get more paint, it doesn't stick to the brush. Oops, that went darker than expected. So I'm not sure how that looks, you know, to you guys on camera, but in person that's a really nice, lovely, slightly greenish sky blue. Yeah, I might have put a bit, there was a bit too much blue. You saw me add a bit too much in there, but that's okay. I think that's going to be fine. I do think I might want to add a little bit of white coming up into here, but I think I'm going to use a slightly different process for that. So I'm just going to blow dry this. Well, I was going to do a glaze with some white up here, but I see this weird discoloration there, and since the sky is kind of even, that's going to drive me crazy. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this same paint. It's starting to get dry up, isn't it? I'm going to, oops, what am I doing here? Maybe I still am going to glaze. I don't think I have quite enough paint to do what I was going to blend, add a little bit of white and blend it up in there, but I don't have the paint to do that. So I'll blow dry this again, and we're just going to glaze, which is okay. There's lots of different ways to do the same thing, right? Jackie says, "Hey there, back again for my second live stream. Excited to see how this painting is going to turn out. Do you think it's going to take 8 hours like dogs playing poker? I do. I do think it's going to take almost that amount of time. Maybe not quite as much, but then I hesitate to even say that because probably it will end up taking me twice as long. But I do think it's at least 6 hours. I think if I can get it done in less than that, that would be a miracle. Yeah, those colors have now diverged a lot. Basically, whatever of my input Imprimatura was there is now fully covered under some titanium white. It's okay, but I think I want to bring a little bit of complexity back into here, and maybe I will put a little bit of kind of discoloration into the sky, but I think I'm going to wait on that before I make any rash judgments about doing something similar. So what I'll do next is I'm going to take some glazing fluid. What's going on here? And some white paint. I'm going to get a bit of that color. So what I've just used here is called satin glazing fluid, and satin just means matte or not shiny, and I'm mixing, maybe 80% glazing fluid with some of my titanium white and a little bit of that same color, and really mixing it in thoroughly so I don't have any big blobs of white come out off this brush. And then I'm going to take another brush that I can use to softly blend this out. And actually, you know what? Maybe instead of this view, let's go to this one here. Or you know what? Let's go to the far left. I think if we want it to go all the way up to this side, it needs to kind of end about here. So what we'll do, just soften that down. That's very, very subtle. And then let's do the other side here. Very subtle, okay? So let me just zoom back out. You'll see that made, almost no change visible at this moment. That's okay. We're going to blow dry it and we'll do it again. The point is, just get more paint on here. And I'm just going to go not quite as high. And then I'll go to the opposite side here. What am I doing? I should just blow dry that before I... Okay. Oh, it's hard to... I get so impatient. Well, let's just zoom back out. You can see there's now a little bit of a line there because I just couldn't resist. So I'm going to blow dry that. And that's the #1 lesson we want to remember when painting. You can never forget that. Let's do this again. Okay, did it again. Let's blow dry it again. Okay. We absolutely must not at all ever forget that is basically the secret to making millions of dollars as an artist right there. That last thing I just said. I hope that there's no confusion whatsoever there. It's probably the most useful advice I've ever been given. Okay, I think I'm fiddling a little bit too much in this area. I really didn't want to spend much time there, but I think that's okay. I think that'll disappear, become less of a focus going forward here. I mean, worst comes to worst, if I really don't like that ridge, I could do a glaze with the color I have for the sky and kind of go back over top of that white. I just don't know if it's an urgent requirement here. So I think instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on and I'm going to start painting the houses back here. So we got trees. Let's do those trees, or at least begin them. So those trees, we've got at least a little bit of cool blue and cool yellow. Oops. And I'm going to add a little bit of warm red in there. And that's just going to kind of counterbalance that, the intensity of that green color. Even a little bit of white. Might have been a bit much white, but it's okay. Basically, kind of a little bit of a grayish quality is going to give the illusion that it's disappearing backwards into space. Yeah, might be a bit much. Let me actually just zoom in, as we'll do it on the other side as well. Painted over a bit of the building here. So the reason I'm making these kind of little circular movements is in order to kind of get a little bit of the just slightly uneven texture of these leaves. So that they don't look like perfect little spheres, although that is a bit of a quality that we see in Grant Wood's work, is these kind of spherical trees, which is one of my favorite things. He's very, as much as he'd like to consider himself a realist, there is these quirky aspects of his paintings that are just totally weird and unrealistic in any way whatsoever. So, okay, I should just quickly blow dry this here. I'm just going to take this color, get maybe a bit more black in there. take just a little bit more white. I'm just trying to create the illusion that we got slightly overlapping trees here. Now I'm going to take one that's just a little bit more, some actual warm yellow. I just realized this whole thing is trees. How did I miss that? I was like, why is it so tight in here? Why is it so crammed versus... Like, oh, it's because I haven't done the whole thing, of course. So I'm taking a bit of this warm yellow and mixing it with the cool blue, because that's going to make it a kind of pop a little bit further forward. And we have the sun kind of coming from the, looks like the left. Okay, I think that's probably, I mean, I could do a little bit of detail in here, little spots and things on there, because it looks like the way he's done little orange leaves and things. See much more detail in there than I think I'm just going to be able to get at this stage. If I want, I can always come back and tweak that a little bit, or glaze a little bit of darker colors on there. But let's move on. You know, so a little bit of that, areas in my glaze that I'm not so happy with, that kind of disappears a little bit as more and more the painting fills up and those little details kind of disappear. So let's do the house next. So we want to mix that kind of tan color, khaki color, probably would call like an unbleached titanium color, and that's basically, we were talking about sienna earlier. It's similar to that, but just a lot of white in there. So we're going to take our warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, and a tiny bit of warm blue. Mix this together. Let's put some of this white here, thicker white. Pretty close. I think we just need more white. I mean, it's almost like a flesh color too. So in fact, I think I'm going to add more white to this. And then we'll take part of this and just sort of darken it a little bit to get kind of the wood pieces on there afterwards. So where's this? This is kind of the entire siding. So because there's a substantial amount of white in here, it just covers up everything, including pencil lines. I guess if I was thinking, I would have painted the curtains in there first. It's a little shimmy thing that I like to do. Now I know this is all bathed in shadow here, but we can easily just sort of glaze over top of all of this later. know this is brown, but you know what? I'm going to go over top of that too. I just noticed what I do right up to that line. So I'm gonna come back here. Tidy that up, a little bit of green again later, but that's okay. Let's now zoom back out and just see anywhere else that might need that color. I think that's okay. In fact, let's take this paint off. Okay, let's sip some tea. Okay. Should I do the windows next, or the roof? I'm gonna, since I got this, my brush, instead of washing it, I'm just gonna take some white, a little bit of white, mix it in with some black, get a dark gray going. So this is easier than painting the, you know, the bars, or not those panels, or the wood that's in between the panes of glass on this Gothic window. It's easier just to paint this whole thing and to paint that over top. And for the sake of time, I'm going to do the same thing over here. What do I got right here? This is why I like using these like square brushes as opposed to the round brushes, or we would call it, you know, the pointy brushes, is that I can just sort of go right to a corner and get those kind of sharper. Okay, these windows here are slightly different, a little bit of a greenish quality. But you know, that same greenish quality that's in these windows, or maybe they're on the shades, are kind of on the roof. So I think what I'll do now is we're gonna mix, zoom back out a bit. Let's mix a kind of a cool brown. So I'm gonna take cool yellow, cool red, mix this together. Notice I didn't wash my brush. I still have a bit of white on there. And actually, that color kind of works for the side of the shed. So I'm just gonna, before I even turn this into a brown, I'm just gonna paint this. Oops, sorry. Now there is a little, I do wonder how I want to deal with this, because if that, I might turn this into grass or something, or put a bush here. Okay, I think that's what I'll do. Because obviously in the original, his shoulders just go right to the edge of the painting. I've got more space here. So I want to make this into like a little shed further in the background. It's going to take a bit more red. Okay. Anywhere else with that red? I guess there's a few little stripes on the roof. I mean, I can try to paint a little line here, as opposed to painting that later, so maybe I'll just see how that works. Okay, now I'm going to add some cool blue into this paint here. So now I've got a kind of a, it's like a gray, but it's a little bit more of a kind of a brownish gray. Maybe I'm going to add a little bit more red, a little bit more yellow, so it's not quite so gray. It might be just a little bit too dark as well. Okay, I just mixed some more blue there accidentally, so put some more yellow and red back in here. You know what, I think we need some more red. It's going to need another coat. Where's my tiny brush? Okay. I'm going to blow dry that, and then we'll keep going. I mean, potentially this is too dark. I don't know. So that's another reason why we want to kind of move on from the background before too long. Get some of the figures in the foreground established, so I'll have a closer idea as to how good of a job I did mixing these colors. I think I'm in the vicinity for sure. Let's take a bit more white. Sure, let's just leave. Well, let's do a bit of that's going, let's get a bit more. Let's take some yellow. And actually, let's make it more yellowy. Okay. So making a kind of a greenish version of the same color, greenish brown, which we can then paint in these windows. You know, as I look at it, I'm like, actually that's maybe closer to what the roof looks like. Like maybe the roof a little bit too purpley. So I'll just blow dry this. And maybe, is there anywhere else I want to put this? I think I'm just going to put this right over here. So just taking the same color that's on my brush and just giving it a bit more opacity here. And then now I wonder, should I go back over the roof with this color? Certainly closer to that color. You know what? I'm just going to take a bit of matte medium. That actually, I like that better for a number of reasons. One is it lightens it up a little bit. I was like, oh man, that's pretty dark, and behind them it's really going to leap forward a lot. So now that kind of quelled that concern that I had there. It's probably going to darken a little bit because the matte medium appears maybe white at first. I think it's going to get a little bit lighter, or sorry, a little bit darker as it dries, and that matte medium just will dry a little bit clear. So I think at this stage, I'm just going to do a little bit more. I'm going to maybe paint some of this teal in here and the grass. Let's do that grass before I forget. Take my cool blue, warm yellow. Some of this might just get totally covered up and disappear. I might, make his arm, shoulder kind of bulge out a little bit. Okay, so that teal, actually not too dissimilar from the color I just had on my brush now that I see it there. So let's take that same color, let's add maybe a bit of cool yellow in there. And let's take a bit of white. Obviously way brighter, but that's okay. Okay, I think that's good for right now. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move on to the foreground and start working there for a little bit, because I've got the background well established, but I also don't know exactly how close I am until I get more of this foreground taken care of. I'm hesitant to fully commit to that. As I said, my brain's just not big enough to figure it out, so I need something to compare it against, contrast. Another thing with using this yellow Imprimatura is that because it's such an intense color, it really forces me to cover everything first, which would not be the case if I just used plain white canvas, or I did even something a little bit less subtle, like the more traditional brown. I think because it's yellow, it's like it forces me to paint the foreground rather than just to fiddle in the background here, because I know I can't. It's too intense for me to my mind to kind of like picture it without it there, and to try to get that color isolated on its own. So that wasn't my initial intent of using this yellow, but I think it's a really good side effect that it almost I mean, it's just probably something in my unconscious, like I need something like that so that I don't get stuck into the details. Okay, so now let's paint the two figures in the foreground. The sister of Grant Wood and Grant Wood's dentist. The two people that posed for this painting. Again, originally Grant Wood said that this was the father and daughter. That's the roles they're intending to be portraying, but many people see this more as a married couple than a father and daughter, even though he is maybe probably old enough to be her daughter or her father. That's not what I mean, in that sense it's very good casting, but okay, so where should we start here? Kathy says, I gotta go for a bit. This one's gonna take me a couple of weeks for sure. It takes a little bit of time. We'll get there. So probably my next step is I'm gonna paint some flesh color onto the figures, and that color is going to be very similar to the color we painted on the house in behind. What we want to find is what we call the local color. And so the local color is sort of the color unmodified by shadow or highlights. So in this instance, for the house, you know, I painted the local color, which is similar to kind of like the trim in the house here, these highlights on the post. And it's very similar to the color of skin. In fact, you know, we could almost use that color. The difference maybe is there might be just a little bit more red in that color, just to give it a little bit more warmth. So, you know what, maybe let's just mix it side by side. We'll take our warm yellow, warm red, maybe that was a bit much, and some warm blue. And we got a brown. Put some more yellow in there. And then let's add some white. Alright, so the reason I mixed these separately, just so you could see the slight difference here. Where one is maybe just a little bit more fleshy color, a little bit more, you know, like as if there's blood going on inside this body here. Now that might still be a little bit darker. I'm going to add a bit more white. Oops, there was a little bit of blue on there. So I think that's good. We're going to have to lighten it up and darken it in certain places anyway. So you can see why I like doing that underpainting there. And I'll say, you know, like, this is a different approach to figure painting, portrait painting, than I used to use. I used to sort of paint them more in little zones. I feel like I've taken this approach kind of like through doing these classes where I find like this just goes a little bit faster, and I'm always trying to think like, how can I speed this whole process up? So now let's look at this face here. You can see that there's some like almost like the same warm yellow Imprimatura underneath here, which makes me want to consider, you know, going a little bit thinner. But you know what? I'm just going to plow right ahead with this. And you'll probably, you know, I've been working on a graphic novel and trying to go as quickly as possible painting. I got like hundreds and hundreds of faces to paint, so this has probably also grown out of that urgency to maximize my time. So this hair is going to come over certain parts there. Okay. Now let's what should we do now? let's get this dark blue. So, or maybe I should go for... Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's take our warm blue. I'm going to take some warm red. Even more warm blue. A little bit of cool blue as well. It's going to help me get a really dark color. So right now it's very purpley, so I can use a little bit of cool yellow to balance that. So to be careful about putting too much in there or it's going to go black. Now, a few things are happening. One is that you know, it's fairly transparent, so I have to do another layer. And the yellow of the canvas, or the Imprimatura, is really affecting this color and actually making it even darker. Right, it's like adding a bit of, you know, if we painted purple and then we paint this, it over top of the yellow, it's going to make the yellow is basically just turning it into like a black. Fact, what I want to do, I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to add some white into it to paint his jacket, because I want it to be slightly different. Right, now that I go over top of it, you know, some of that yellow sort of just kind of disappears a bit. It kind of comes back to a bit more of a purpley color. Which I like. I think there's a bit of purple in her dress here. So that's really dark. I mean, that is basically, it's almost like a black, but I really like how there's kind of still an energy in that color. I think it's really gorgeous. Okay, let's do the same thing. Let's take a bit of white though this time. A bit more blue to it. Once it's going to appear slightly more like a jean jacket kind of color. Whoa, what have I done here? Well, this color's kind of underneath the color of his jacket. So this would have been an instance where maybe had I done the pitchfork with my underpainting, that would have been helpful. So I think with this jacket, I'm going to paint more of a kind of a just a warm blue, less, not quite as dark as her dress there. Okay, let's add some more blue to this color with some white. I'm also going to put a bit of cool blue in here. I put way too much. way brighter than, or more saturated than I was hoping for. It's okay. We'll distress that denim a bit. It's a much cooler color than I really wanted or should have put there, but you know, again, it's one of those things. Sometimes I accidentally mix the wrong color, but it's okay. We want to continue moving forward. I don't want to get stuck into, are the colors right? Oh, I'm going to fix it. Like, I still got to go back into the background and maybe adjust a few things. So I'm just going to plow ahead here. Let's get our white in here now. Now, I'm going to allow myself to use a white that maybe it's not perfect. You know, it's a little bit dirty. And actually, let's put a bit of... This white is heavy body white right out of the tube, and so it's much thicker. It's continue moving forward. Let's do her front of her dress, and then we'll do some hair, and then we're going to go into the background again. So her dress, that's a warm brown. So warm red, warm blue, and warm yellow. The more blue we put in there, the darker it's going to be. I mean, this is the exact same colors, components that are in both of these. It's certainly just more white, obviously, in there, but it's also much more red and more blue. mix this same color as on my brush over here into my yellows in order to get a kind of a blonde for her hair. So I'm going to mix a little bit of white in here so I can cover up some of my sloppiness from earlier. Now, obviously, she's got this little bit of hair dangling down behind here. We'll take care of that in due course, but I don't want to have to paint around that little detail just yet, so. Maybe just before I move on, what if I just get these eyes a little bit of color in them? Probably too blue. Okay. Well, that brings us to the end of the painting. Thank you everybody for painting along with me. I hope you had a great time. I'm surprised at how well we were able to do in just such a short amount of time, and I look forward to seeing you guys on the next episode. I wish. There's still a bit to do, isn't there? Let's blow dry. Okay. So let's, if we just look at these side by side, a few things are going to start becoming more clear as to like our colors and what needs to be done. I think before I move back to the background, I am going to darken this jacket and kind of just fix a few things there and get them a little bit closer to where I want them to be. That way I'll again be able to judge the background. But now that I see that, I do feel like I'm pretty close. Like these colors in the background are fairly close to where I want them to be. But yeah, let's just kind of go in and finish some of this off here. So let's take our warm red again. Cool blue. I guess it could have gone even darker. I thought it was pretty close when I mixed it. Now that I put it on there, it's like, could get darker. Okay, well let me just, I mean, I think probably I'm going to darken it, but let's, before I jump into that, let's go, I'm going to go to his overalls. So I'm just adding a bit of matte medium just to extend this paint so I don't have to mix more of it, but also just let it be a little bit transparent. There's white in there, so it's going to probably obliterate anything underneath it anyway, but That's closer. Still kind of maybe too cool well, you know, probably could have put a bit of yellow in there now that I see that. Okay. I'm going to take my blue here. Just put a bit of warm red into this warm blue. Goes a little bit too purple, so let's just take a bit of yellow. I'm going to paint a warm blue over top of this right near the very end. But I don't want it to just go right, like if I painted it right over top of this past layer, it would have just been like, it would have been really bright and solid and glowing and just looked very out of place. So kind of ground, and because the warm blue is fairly transparent, so which is my ultramarine blue, so if I just painted it right over top of that lighter area, it would just be really, really saturated. So I'm just darkening it down. Paul says, no problem, Michael. As long as you are not tired, thanks for your patience and love us. Oops, I forgot that a little bit. Now that her dress, it does need to be darker. How much darker? I think probably it's darker, but also less saturated. So let's put some black in there to quiet that whole thing down. So let's I'm gonna mix this up again. I'll need more paint. That works better. It's a little bit more crimson, which I like, actually. And that's just all of everything here is just all good examples of, had I been focused on trying to get that color right earlier, and then I started and I was painting little pockets, I probably would have done all the details on there and then been like, oh, okay, what did I do? I went too far. Now I gotta fix that. Okay. So, now that we've got really all the Imprimatura painted over and the colors established, not perfect, but established, let's go back into the background and ideally get pretty close to finishing the background. It'd be great if I could move on from the background after the next hour and work on the foreground and finish it. We'll see. It doesn't always work that way. Sometimes I gotta go, foreground again, background again, and back and back and back and back. But yeah. Okay, so there's our painting as it exists at this state. This would also be, for some artists who paint in oil and acrylic, this might be the place where you would switch from acrylic to oil. You'd let this dry thoroughly, either with the blow dryer or overnight, and then come back and then start doing the more specific colors and details, because you can paint oil paint over top of acrylic, but you can't paint acrylic over top of oil. So let's look at that. I'm gonna leave the sky alone. I think that's, well, let's see them side by side here. Do I want to do any of this discoloration in the sky? I almost, I gotta, that just seems so weird to me that I want to, I mean, this isn't the actual, yeah, that's the way it looks. You know, it's one of those things where I could paint that. If I was to do that, what that looks like is a little bit of warm yellow, and I could just kind of glaze that over top. Why would he do that? Why on, or what is the purpose of that? Is that just bad varnish? Some kind of discoloration in the pigment as it aged, it yellowed in some way. I wonder. That could be something I do at the very end. If I want to do that, I could do that at the very end. So I think I'm just gonna skip that. Let's go to the trees then. Since they're the furthest thing in the background, those trees, how much, what do I need to do to finish these trees? If I, oh, there's a little steeple back there too, another one. Okay. Let's rezoom in. Okay. Let's mix a bit of a orange here, sorry. As this dries, it's going to become less and less visible and kind of disappear. But it's just, again, those little details that, you know, when people look at the painting, just reward somebody from getting up off the couch and getting a little bit closer to them. Same thing, let's take a bit of just warm yellow all by itself. Let's kind of oh yeah, and the grass, this little strip. How do I want to deal with this? think I might just leave that like, well, maybe I should put a bit of orange in here. I don't mind that there's a little bit bigger blobs down there. Just sort of makes it maybe look like they're a little bit getting closer. Okay. Sandra, you're making me hungry. Oh, Kathy had dinner too? Ah. Still got a ways to go. I've got a lasagna or shepherd's pie defrosting right now, so. Okay. Now, let's do this building on the top half. I'm just trying to think of how to speed this process up. Let's do... Do I have any... So I gotta mix that again a little bit. Okay, so let's take mostly warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, just a little bit of warm blue, and white. Oops, it's not on camera. More yellow. More white. It's not exactly the right color. That's okay, I don't need much of it. I really just wanted to be able to take should I darken in? Yeah, you know what, let's just put that aside for a moment. And little bit of black. It's too dark. Let's get just a bit of white. Okay. Yeah, let's. I was just debating in my mind. I could do a dark line around there, and then paint the molding over top of it. But it's the same. It's one. They're always going to take just as much. That seemed to dry really quickly. I guess I'm just gonna mix it again. So let's just go backwards. Let's start with our white. Yellow. Good. That's on the camera. Not happy with that. Let's, should I try just wiping that all away? Ugh, what a mess. Great. Okay, well, let's start it all over. So the reason why it kind of smudged a little bit is, there's some glazing fluid in this paint, and that glazing fluid slows the drying time down. And when I added water on top of it, it evidently was still slightly wet. It hadn't perfectly cured yet. And the paint just said, I don't think so. Okay, so that's still a bit tacky, so let's just move on. I'll just wait for that to dry. Let's just tackle other areas. There's certainly enough stuff to keep me busy for a while here. So just mixing another brown that I can use for a bunch of the molding around the house. So you may recall way back when I was doing the outline, I just decided not to do all of the little lines here on the building to simplify it, or so that I could just, just speed up that process, and I could later on, when I'm at this point, just eyeball it and paint those lines in. Yeah, that is definitely a lot, more saturated. I've kind of committed to it at this point. I mean, I guess I could lighten it up, but I'm just going to move forward. Worst comes to worst, I can always glaze over top of this with a bit of like a white or the same kind of color that I've got here. And that would reduce the saturation. Put a bit more atmosphere on here. I want to put all the divisions in between. Yeah, I guess let's do that. making me happy. I should have moved that shadow a little bit further down and away to make it more obvious. Not bad, I guess. You know, so yeah, it's a little bit off. Not bad, not bad. Let's keep pressing forward so we get stuck into details. Should I glaze this in now? That's the question. Maybe that's the smart thing to do. Okay. Just clean a couple of these so I want a slightly cold blue black glaze. So let's take our black paint, cold blue, a little bit too much blue. Let's make that. And that's too blue, isn't it? Let's get a bit more black. Can I accept that? Okay, now that's way too saturated, so just testing that. Okay. I'm gonna blow dry that real quick, and then I'm gonna start putting the slots over there. the last couple days we had a bit of a cold snap in town. Just when you thought spring and summer were on their way, nature just likes to remind us that it's in charge. And so the mice that I thought had been taken care of, I can hear a little bit of scurrying around, which always is so delightful, isn't it? So all these little details, are not essential, but they do really make a big impact in this painting. And so you can certainly ignore them, not paint them. I'm certainly doing a abbreviated version of them. It's a little dark, isn't it? This is just the same color that I used up in the shadows up above. I just added a little bit of white into it. Just lightening it up again because it was a little bit still too dark. Now there is a little post here, and I'm just wondering, do I want to paint that in or just proceed without it? Let's do the let's do this teal here. Well, and there's that post. Maybe I was gonna do another, put two panes there, but maybe I'll leave it like that. Maybe I will do a post on either side here. I'll let that dry. While that's drying, I'm gonna go back to this gray. It's too not dark enough. It's a fine line between too dark and too light. Hey, what happened? It's a little bit intense, isn't it? I don't mind that weird sort of beam of pink. Yeah, I'm probably going to regret that later, but should I? Yeah, I might regret that right now. Kind of liked it for a second, and then I was like, that's pretty weird. Okay. It looks much darker on camera than it is, or more saturated than it is, so just keep on plowing ahead here. A little bit wobbly and sloppy as I've painted, but I'll probably just go in and replace it. A debate I'm having in my mind is, do I want to do any sort of work on the shingles or anything here? Ay, ay. I think I'm gonna move on from the background very soon. Whoa, come on, stay up there. Blind up just a little bit, right? Taking some brown that's been left over for a while. Let's put some black into it. Okay. Slowly but surely, we're moving forward. It sometimes doesn't feel quite like that, but we're getting there. It's, Kathy has to go. Sandra's like, gotta say, those bushes look excellent. Oh, thank you. Are you talking to me? Well, he says, Michael loves a detailed background. Well, you know, this painting has a very detailed background, right? And it's such an important part of the painting that it kind of requires that level of attention. If we, and so my version, while it might appear very detailed, is kind of a gross simplification of the original. As I said earlier, I mean, people make pilgrimages to the house itself. This building is a National Historic Site, and people go and do tours of it. So it sort of demands attention. Notice his shoulder. That's gonna have to get corrected, won't it? Can I do that right now? I have paint on here that will work. It's not the right color. I may even extend that shoulder. So we'll see. Maybe that arm will just go right off the side anyway. Okay, let's blow dry all of this here. Let's put post in. You know, it's got to be you know, it just makes me think about this painting and this house. You know, the owners of the house, you know, back in 1929 or so, they're probably just sitting around having some tea or whatever, and you know, there's a knock at the door, and some artist comes to the door and says, I love your house. Do you mind if I include it in the background of a painting? And you're like, sure, yeah, go right ahead. Like, odd request, but yeah, go right ahead. And then for, you know, within maybe a couple of years, people are like doing pilgrimages, knocking on your door, and asking you all sorts of questions. And you're like, I have no idea. Some guy asked us if he could make a painting of our house, and we said, yeah, no big deal, and now it's a big deal. That must have been quite the surprise. You just never know with those artists what sort of shifty things they're up to. I mean, hopefully the homeowners got to sell the home for a little profit. Okay, I think I could move on. As I said, there might be a few little details there that nag me into taking care of them later, but for now, let's just blow dry all that. Oh, I forgot I wanted to do a small glaze. Time just flies by, doesn't it? My goodness. So, let's move on here. Otherwise I will be here all night long. So let's move on now to the foreground. There's certainly more I could do in the background, lots more, and I'm sure Grant would have spent another week or more just on that house, right? So if you think I'm obsessing over detail, there's still so much that I've just clipped out of here just for the sake of expediency. So now we're going to focus on our foreground figures. We want to start here. I wonder if I want to work my way from clothes or face. One thing I do like to do is sometimes kind of go back and forth. That way, if I get stuck in one place, I've always got something to fall back onto, rather than sort of just spend all my time getting one thing perfect and then moving on. If I get, same sort of thing with the background. If let's say I ran into some problems, then I would have moved to this stage faster and then reserve the right to go back, right? Let's see. What if I tackle her? Well, I'm also I think about too, my eyes start to get cross-eyed as the longer the painting goes on. So what are areas that require attention to detail? Pitchfork here. Is that possible? It is. So, I don't know if you probably can't see, there you go, see how just drawing these lines on there because I think that's going to be soon. In fact, it might be just a good idea to put a bit of a quick placeholder in here. feel like I want to tackle this, get this darker as quickly as possible. Let's see, how does that blue behave on there? Yeah, it needs to be darker, so let's take some, where should we do this? Let's do that right here. Let's take some black, warm blue. It gives us this really nice kind of Prussian blue color. Still has a bit of a purpley quality. But I think that's, you know, what we see on camera. This is now really dark. And, you know, if if it looks a little bit purple under certain light, it doesn't bother me so much. I think when this dries, it's just going to be like a deep, deep, deep blue. Is that shoulder indeed wide enough? Feels great. I love that color. Ooh, that is beautiful. It's so deep and dark and yet full of life. This pitchfork is certainly kind of taken on a bend and stuff of its own. That's weird. Okay, what should we do now? I feel like that painting the jacket all of a sudden made it pulled a lot of this, even though this is still far from finished. Getting that color closer made me feel okay. That I feel more confident about now tackling the faces, because now this is not so kind of, you know, out of sync, right? So I think let's work from left to right. Let's start with the daughter on the left. So we'll need to mix. Let's get some more paint on here. I mean, I love how this is turning out so far. It's, and I imagine, you know, like again, I always say, like, there's probably some people who have similar paintings that are horrified with the way, and it's like, we're not done. Just keep on going. Don't give up. It's okay. We're gonna get there. Just have faith that you can do it, because you can do it. You've done other things like this before. And when you're working on these longer paintings, it's harder to stay motivated. So it can be, you know, you can get far down and you feel you can get discouraged, and then you're just like, it's never going to turn out. I'm just going to screw it. Let's just go do something else. This is ridiculous. So I think it's important just to be, okay, well, if you need to take a break, but don't give up on it just yet. So let's, I'm going to mix my skin tone again here. So let's take some, let's make a bigger batch of it. Warm yellow, a little bit of warm red. Let's actually just mix that together right now. Might even be a place for a color similar to that, and then some cool, or sorry, warm, oops, warm blue. Actually, not bad. Let's take just a little bit more of it, and maybe even before I put some white into here, we can just ask ourselves, do we want to use this in any place? And maybe it's a good idea to start putting in some of these darker values. Because that's actually out, you know, there was white already in that mixture there that I've just mixed into. It makes me think, actually, let's go darker than that. Let's do a much darker version. And then I'm going to put some glazing fluid in there. That way just I can blend it and soften the edges. Because the glazing fluid has slow dry the glazing fluid has slow dry. The glazing fluid has slow dry medium in it, or chemicals in it, that will keep the paint wet longer. So even if you put just a little bit of glazing fluid in it, it just slows that drying time down, and That way you can get those nice soft blended areas. So we have a blending brush nearby that we can use to soften those edges should we need it. I should just... I get so impatient sometimes. Right, even just that little bit starts to make the features pop a little bit. Okay. I wonder, actually, maybe I'll blow dry this here in a second. Maybe let's go back down here. I'm trying to look as closely as possible at these shadows, but I think, you know what I'm going to do is just I'm going to paint some outlines very carefully on the face. Let's see, mix this up. Let's get some warm blue. Warm red. Just gonna give us a really dark purple. Let's make more of this here. Okay, and I'm going to take that same color. So now I've just sort of got a bit of a batch of it here. It's much less saturated. So these are still kind of like placeholders for me so that I can continue painting without feeling like I'm about to lose the features here. Sandra says, looks amazing, heading to bed for the night. Good luck. Thanks, Sandra. This is the same color that I used for my initial glaze on the face, just putting it on maybe a bit more aggressively. I just need to blow dry all this because there's still a lot of little bits of wet paint. So, you know what is... I'm kind of befuddled a little bit by how he's doing... Like, there's this kind of this warm yellow... So I think I want to paint with like a warm, like a dark warm yellow. So I'm going to take my warm yellow and a little bit of black. That's, you know, it looks weird right now, but I think that's exactly what it needs. Just to see how that works. He's also got a bit of that. I think, you know, in person, I'm actually very happy with it. On camera, it looks a little bit weird, kind of greenish. There is a bit of a greenish quality to it, but, you know, I think the way that he's painting, there is that color in there, so it's just important to get some of that there. going to blow dry that, and then we're going to go for some reddish qualities. It's a bit too much. Want something more transparent than that. think maybe after this I'm going to go to a highlight. Jackie says, wow, I never noticed how many details are in this painting. I always think of it being so spare. Yeah, well, it's also probably because most of the time we see this painting, you know, in reproduction, and it's much smaller, and which, you know, just reduces the amount of details that we can perceive, right? So when we see it at its full, you know, when we zoom into it, and then especially when we start to try to paint from it, all of a sudden, all these, the more and more you look, the more and more you see. So let's go to a highlight now. We've kind of darkened things down. Let's go the opposite direction. So let's take some of this white. Maybe let's do this right in the middle here. And, you know, this is definitely one of those things where it's... I make the comment every once in a while, how making a painting is like a roller coaster. You know, there's times where you're like, okay, things are going pretty good. We got this. Oh, and then it goes down. Oh, I'm going to throw up. Oh, what a disaster. What a nightmare. Everything's falling apart. And then comes back up. Oh, that was terrible. But thank goodness that is over. We're just keep on going higher and higher. It's getting better. And then, whoa, right, and then up, and then up. And so, you know, I've had that experience a dozen times during this episode. And I think it's just a matter of just, you hold on when things go down. And then when things go up, you can take a little bit of satisfaction. But then just remind yourself, okay, just don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get too cocky, because this painting's going to humble me when I least expected. So just keep level-headed, right? Just ride those waves that come in the creation of any painting that has ever been made by any human being. just ask Leonardo, who worked on the Mona Lisa for 16 or so years, how many ups and downs he had on that one. Okay. blow dry that. And then I think I'm gonna go we'll go darker. Yeah, maybe even like with a black glaze. Okay, so let's darken. This is a very transparent black, but Okay, so now I've just gotten an even darker black. I just got to speed things up a bit here, so I know that I'm going to lose accuracy, but okay. I think I gotta just do maybe one more. I'm going to do some outlining now. Actually, let's blow dry that so if I make a mistake, I can easily wipe it away. Mixing a dark black. Whoops. Put too much black in there. Let's make a bigger batch. Yay, yay, yay. I'm looking forward to doing her hair and just moving away from these facial features, but you know, it takes time, and I don't mind putting in the time if it's going to pay off. I think, you know, up close it looks pretty rough. Amid says, please start an oil painting course, please. Yeah, people ask me that every once in a while, but I mean, considering how few people are watching right now, if I was doing an oil painting course, there would be about a third of that many people watching right now, which would not really make it too worthwhile. There would be maybe 10 people who would do that course. So most people, oil painting, as much as I paint in oil, but it's definitely a bit of a lost art, and I'm not sure I'm the one to try to rescue it, or like, also I would end up having to do multiple episodes on the same subject. Like if I was trying to paint this painting, I would have to be like a 6 or 7 episode long thing, because we'd have to wait for the paint to dry, and so but there are other people online who do teach There's a guy called the Paint Coach, who is pretty good. I like him. He's on YouTube here as well. Chris something. I can't remember what his name is. get some black. Okay, let's I'm gonna move on to the hair. Maybe his hair I'll do first. Take this brown and some black and some white and make a bit of a gray. Maybe let's just put this right. That's right. This mixture here. I probably should have painted this hair in sooner because it's such an important part of a person's face that without it, it can be kind of hard to judge how accurate the rest of the values are. her hair. So let's quickly get a blonde hair. Let's get some white here. Some cool yellow. Maybe a bit of warm yellow too. Let's turn this into a bit more of a brown. Yeah. Where do we watch? Let's take... Let's mix that again. Put all that white there. There we go. And actually, let's make it a bit of a deeper one too. get a bit of black in here. Where's my color? I'm going to blow dry all of this. Okay, let's do some of these glasses now. Or some of them, one of them. Do I have a gray already going here? I don't. So, let's get a bit of white. Where should we put this? Right down in here. So I'm just sort of getting this ready here. I've got some white, gray, and black, all in the same kind of vicinity, so that I can easily just mix a bit of different value in there. Oh, pushing 7 hours, but I did talk for the first hour, so it's okay. It takes time to do things right. So I think what I'm going to do is begin with a darker outline. In fact, I should also, I'm not sure when the last time I blow dried all that was. So. Okay, putting glasses on. Biggest pain in the butt ever because it's hard to get paint symmetrical shapes like this, so. Reasonably executed. Okay. Now the other one I can't really see anymore, so let's sketch it out. That one's a little bigger, isn't it? Okay, I have about 10 more seconds to decide if I want to wipe it away. Okay. Let's blow dry that. Okay, let's try it again. Not quite so big. I think it's still a little bit big, but I think it's okay. Might be exactly the same as the previous one. I don't know. It's just a little bit of warm red and white. Okay, getting there. Let's just keep on plowing ahead. Let's get some more of this white in place here. Ah. let's just take a look. Let's see where we're at here. Okay, we're in the home stretch. Okay, there's still a little bit to do here, but I think we're getting close. So I really want to just focus now on the clothing. I mean, again, I just looking at them as I was blow drying it side by side, I see like, ah, man, there's so many little things here that I'd like to work on. But boy, oh boy, you know, we've been painting for 6 hours. It's a 7-hour episode so far. So I think I just gotta, you know, I can live with it, right? Especially as time goes on, I'm sure I will be able to reconcile myself with the state that it's in. I mean, there's like the subtlety of the wrinkles, let's say particularly on his face, is really well done. And, you know, I could spend another couple of hours doing all those fine details. But I think I want to do a bit of patterning. I don't even know if I'm going to do all the pattern on here. I might just do the frills, do a little bit of glazing, obviously the pitchfork. So I still got some stuff to keep me busy here. Oh. So let's take a bit of white, or sorry, warm yellow. Let's make it a bit more brown. And what I'm trying to do is get this slightly faded white for the little frills on her clothes. if I recall while doing my research, this was not originally part of her dress, but it was something that Grant Wood really wanted, and it was not particularly kind of a common thing on women's clothing at this time. So they, this woman being Grant Wood's sister, they actually took some of their mother's, some clothing that she had left around. I think by this time she had passed away, and used it to, I think they actually took it off of an old piece of clothing and kind of hand stitched it temporarily to her outfit there. Which to me is interesting. Why? I mean, there's a, I mean, is it really necessary to go to that length to make the painting? Or could he have just sort of, as he's painting it, just sort of figure out, okay, let's put this little frill in here. It goes to show that this little detail is not, a little afterthought, but something that was carefully considered and included here for a very specific purpose. And it does make me, every time I do one of these episodes, I sort of, like, wow, I'm really fascinated by how this was done. Like, did he take photographs, or did he work directly from life? Did the dentist show up every couple days or on Saturdays when he wasn't working and posed for the painting? What was that relationship like? It's a little bit, it's brighter than I expected. And even that I was kind of like, oh, it's going to be a little bit dull. I'll probably have to brighten it up. And then here we are. Nope. Good enough. Let's see. Taking some warm red. to do all that patterning? I don't know. Let's just move on. Let's go to his pants. Okay, this, let's just clean that brush. Jackie says, look how good that is. Thank you so much. I was worried for a minute about her hair, but it's perfect. Now I know what I've been doing wrong. Oh, I'm sure you're doing a pretty good job, Jackie. Okay, let's take a look at that color. So, I think we got a bit of like a... where should I do this? Let's take our... This palette's definitely getting pretty dirty. Actually, let's mix it in with this gray. That's kind of what I want right there. This gray, just a tad bit of yellow. That's good. Ah, too much. Too much. Let's just get some blue back on there. A bit more white. This jacket, huh? So I'm just kind of fudging a bunch of little wrinkles here because I'm going to glaze and darken all of this. So I just want a bit of this texture to be here. Well, I guess let's do the top part of his shirt, and then I'll think about what, if anything, I want to do for his jacket. Do I want to just keep it a big black blob there? Put a collar. I'll probably do that, yeah. What was I going to do? I think these are going to be the 2 longest episodes back to back in a while that I'll do. Everything else is going to be shorter, I think. Although I hesitate to make any pronouncements because that's always what gets me in trouble. Oh yeah, the shirt up there. So what have we got there? Ooh, where are you going? It's a teal. Just blow dry. that's where I'm going to put the button, right where I made a little mistake. You know, it's like my paints or my palette is pretty dried up, and yet, you know, I actually kind of like this state of the palette, because then I can just really freely mix colors and create some kind of combinations that are not impossible to mix on their own, just, you know, there's just a whole bunch of paint. They're just waiting to be recycled. And Okay, I think we'll do the pitchfork next. Oh, we're getting close. Ah! It was muted the whole time. I forgot to mention that at this house, the house that this scene takes place in front of, which is now National Historic Site, if you show up there, they actually have pitchforks and clothing that you can borrow temporarily for your photograph, which I find super hilarious. And I can pretty much guarantee you that it wasn't always like that, that it probably took a while until someone was like, you know what, I'm tired of answering this question. Yes, let's get some pitchforks and have those ready for people so we don't have to answer that question ever again. So, incidentally, if you're in the neighborhood and you happen to go there, well, they say they're not always available, so plan accordingly. I imagine it's a pretty popular location for selfies and such. I wonder how long ago it was that I did my finishing touches for this video. Actually, let's blow dry that. Oh, my goodness, my brain. Do I still have a brain? It's still in there somewhere. Come on. Oh my goodness. This poor paintbrush has been just driving it into the ground here. Now this. How does this work? Where are you going? Come back here. Let's do the opposite here. you kidding me? Dried up gobs of paint here. There's Lolly back in the chat. It's 8 a.m. in England right now. Good morning, Lolly. So the question in my mind now is, do I want to do anything more on her dress? I feel like I should. Let's such a big part of it, but I mean, I'm certainly not going to do little circles with little dots inside. I could do little dots. What's amazing about how he's done that is how everything kind of lines up nicely. It's like, it's a very flat pattern, and it sort of just barely curls over her shoulder, but for the most part it's super flat. I think I should do something here. Lolly says, looks amazing, by the way. Lisa says, wow, that is just amazing. I love to watch you paint. Thank you, guys. How sweet. Oh, I'm so blessed to have be part of such an incredible community of people who are so supportive and generous. It is very cool. I'm really, really lucky. So I think I'm going to do just a little bit on her dress. The pitchfork, I think, just needs a little bit of gray. So we need a brown, hey? A brown that is... do I have a brown still in use here? Just keep on painting here. The sun is rising on the other side of the world. Whole new group of, whole new audience tuning in. It cracks me up. That's funny. Okay. Now, this is really probably the last few lines I put on here, so I have to be careful that I don't get ahead of myself and start getting excited about being done and remain focused which is easier said than done when you get close to finishing a painting. At least my mind can kind of drift a little bit. Sorry, I might as well just show what I'm doing here. I don't even know if that's in the real one, and I don't even want to check. I just, oh, how many dots do I want to put on here? I want to put, well, let's just do it. Should I go diagonal? Let's get a different brush. That one is just saying no thank you. This is harder mentally than one might imagine it to be. I'm trying to keep these lines, the dots, vertical. So I'm trying to get them to line up this way, and this way. I'm starting to lost the plot there a bit. The fact that I've managed to have any plot here. It's a bit of a miracle. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I better walk away before I see something I think I need to do. Like I'm missing, I forgot to paint a whole person or something in here. Okay. Okie dokie. What? We started 8.5 hours ago, and I really started painting until about 7.5 hours ago. So a long episode. Oh my goodness gracious. My brain is completely wiped. But I think it was worth it because I'm pretty happy with the way this turned out. So if you enjoyed today's episode, please like this episode, hit the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell so you know when future videos are taking place. I'm not usually painting at like 12:30 at night on a Tuesday, but I am. So you want to make sure you know when these episodes are happening. And then also once a month, I do a special bonus episode where, look at this, it's already ran out of time for the day. Oh, we want Facebook here. Join the Facebook, upload a photograph of the painting you just made, whether it was Grant Wood's American Gothic. I had to think, what have I been painting? What's it called? Or anything else. Take a photograph, upload it to the Facebook group. Once a month, I go through there, take all the images off, organize them, and give free feedback to people like yourself. So if that's something of interest to you, feel free to do so. Also, if you want to leave a donation, as little as 25 cents or $1 via PayPal, Super Chat, or you can send an e-transfer. My email is on my website. That link is below and on the Facebook group. So Super Chat takes 40% of whatever you donate. PayPal is pretty good, but sending an e-transfer is your best bet, bang for the dollar. Okay, how do we feel about these two side by side? There's, oh, I thought that was mine for a second. Okay, there we go. Gosh, I see there's a bunch of things in there that I'd like to change, but, you know, it's, I think, time to walk away. Gotta know when to fold them. You know, like her hair, I could have spent more time on that. It's a little bit simple. I could have put more wrinkles on his face. I think this could probably be darker down here. I do think there may be a little bit of that, like these little blotches of orange. I don't know what that, or warm yellow, what that's supposed to be, but it does seem to kind of break up the monotony of that blue sky. You know, I did add a little bit of a blend here of some white, but that is so, it's almost non-visible. Invisible? So it's I don't mind it though. I do feel like his background has got a little bit more subtlety to it. My color's got a little bit more saturated, as is typical with the way that I like to paint. It's all there. His eyes appear to be sort of looking not quite at us, but a little bit past us. Does that same thing here? She's maybe looking not quite at him, but just off in the distance. Whereas I have read people claiming that in the original that neither of them are looking at us either. That he's sort of looking past us, and she's, I guess, so I'm not off. I just maybe not quite lined up exactly with the indirect gaze that they have either. Right? So it all kind of. I could probably take a little bit of a glaze, like a black, and just gently go over almost everything, or even a gray, and what that would do is sort of mute everything, give a bit more atmosphere, push it further backwards. I think it's okay as it is. I do kind of feel like if I just his chin there just a bit. I should probably just not do anything at this stage. Okay, let's zoom in on a few things here and just take a look. Let's go right to the background. So we've got these again. Everything's got a little bit more saturation. I bet you this must be a varnish that has gone awry back there, because you can see everything's just clearly got a little bit of that yellow hue over top of it. You know, there's no. I could put dots in the window. I decided deliberately not to do what I did on her shirt, just because I felt like I didn't want to put too many more details in the background of my painting, because it already is pretty small, and I think that would just take away from the foreground. At least that's the story that I'm going with here. I just realized I want to put a little. It's a little sloppy, ain't it? Okay, let's just look over here. The background over there, the house. You know, that my colors are definitely more intense there as well. And I could have gone. I don't know why I didn't take that and make it go a little bit more green, like these shingles. I think probably I was like, I kind of want a little bit of a difference. So. There's also this little sliver of grass there that I added that is not in his, because his shoulder just goes right to the edge of the painting. Let's just look anywhere else on the background there. Yeah, there's some of these flowers there I didn't do either. That's some people, I mean, people have literally identified what those flowers are, and it's important to them. So let's just take a look at the daughter, or the daughter as played by Grant Wood's sister. You know, I see this little splotch of orange right on her forehead. It's almost invisible in my painting as when I look at it with my own eyes, but obviously it's much more visible there. I don't mind that. That kind of yellowy quality is in his painting, and I brought it out there and then started to mute it down a little bit. But again, you know, this is a fingernail, right? So there's only so much detail I can get out of there. Let's just take a look at her clothes. All right, I think that works. That's a good stand-in for that. That little brooch that she's wearing here, this little figure. I think it's like a Roman god of some kind. I can't remember what the Again, everything's been identified. His hand, I think, is okay. It's not bad. You know, it's a little, you know, thick here. I could have taken a little more time and got that a little closer. The pitchfork itself is also wider. You know, the just out of because of the scale here and a few mistakes, it just kept getting wider and wider. I think it would look weird if it was any thinner at this scale anyway, so I'm not too bummed about that. I think that looks okay. I did make it go straight down and then thinned the other side out, so it has sort of changed shape a few times. Let's look at his clothes now. I mean, you could see the really wonderful shading that he's done on his painting. It really has like a mural-like quality, like a fresco painting type of approach. I think that's really beautiful. And we've got a little bit of that Imprimatura coming through there. You can see he's got kind of the more traditional brown here. I didn't even really notice that earlier. Let's go all the way up. Let's just look at his shirt. Oops. Of course, I made the collar of his, you know, this jacket here much more visible than it is in the original. There was a debate in my mind whether just to leave this as a big dark shape, and I decided to go in there and add some of the folds, make it more visible than the original. I don't know if that was a good idea or not, but it is what it is, and it's there, and I'm not doing anything to it. Yeah, I mean, I could easily spend another 2-3 hours at least just getting this a little bit closer to the original, some of those folds, but you know, I've been here for 8 hours. Let's I think that's okay. You know, in mine, he looks maybe a little bit sad, and whereas in Grant Wood's painting, he doesn't look sad at all. He looks maybe kind of stern, and you know, he's looking at us. I think he's looking at us in a very serious way, but not sad. He looks kind of a little bit bummed, right? I mean, if we look at both of these paintings, just the expressions here. Let's zoom back out a little bit. You know, the expression on the left there, the Grant Wood's original portrait, it sort of looks like he's someone has just, you know, asked his daughter, or maybe it's like some young man has come up to him and said, "Sir, I'd like to marry your daughter," and he's just staring back at him like, and this poor young man is like, did you hear what I said? Mm-hmm, I heard you. What do you, I'm going to have to think about it, but for the time being, why don't you get off my lawn? And the daughter sort of looking at him like, "Dad, you're so embarrassing." Whereas this one here is more like, she's just told him that she's getting married to the fellow standing, or they're already married, and there's nothing he can do, and he's just sort of like, "Oh, geez. Oh, my life's work down the drain. She's married the town fool, and there goes everything I've worked for. Oh, goodness." Right? I don't know. these are just things that I think about as I think it's funny to look at one's painting and think about the expressions and the story that's exists within there. Okay, everybody. Well, that was a eventful afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you happen to be. I know where I am. Well, I don't actually know. It's almost 1 o'clock. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again next week, I think. I don't think I'm doing another episode until next Tuesday. So until then, enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you again very soon. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye. Thanks for tuning in.